All right, there we go. There's the recording. So, for today's Jeopardy game, or Jeopardy game, here are today's categories. Head in the Clouds, Roll Thunder Roll, Ice Ice Baby, Cloudy with a Chance of, Come Rain or Shine, and Any Way the Wind Blows. So who'd like to start us off? I'll just go ahead and start us off with Ice Ice Baby seems fun. For 100. What are icing conditions? Caitlin.
Below 10 degrees Celsius with visible moisture.
Yep. Exactly correct. Alrighty. Which one do you want to do next?
We can do Cloudy with a Chance for 200.
Alright. What are the changes indicative of a frontal passage? Trevor.
Changes in temperature, pressure, and wind speed and direction.
Exactly as the text says. Which one would you like to do?
Let's do Roll Thunder Roll for 400.
Absolutely. And by the way, if anyone has any questions about any of these and would like further elaboration, don't hesitate to make us stop and ask your question immediately. So here we have, what is the cloud type that is associated with thunderstorms? Peter.
I'm going to go with what is cumulonimbus, Alex?
Yep. Cumulonimbus, or do you know what that's abbreviated as in a METAR?
CB.
Yep. Which is frequently what we actually refer to them as, is we just call them CBs. You might hear pilots say that especially. Which one would you like to do next?
Go with Head in the Clouds for 100.
Head in the Clouds for 100. Alrighty. What is the layer of Earth's atmosphere where nearly all weather takes place? Brian.
The troposphere.
It sure is. What's the layer above that for extra credit?
Well, I guess technically there's the tropopause, and then the stratosphere is above that.
Yeah, that's a sneaky question. Which one would you like to do next?
How about Come Rain or Shine for 100?
Come rain or shine for 100. What does the acronym ISA stand for? Betty.
Yes. International Standard Atmosphere.
It sure is. Oops, that's not right. Alrighty. Which one would you like to do next?
100 cloudy with a change of
Alrighty. What is the primary or basic cause of all weather on our planet? Riley.
Uneven heating of the Earth's surface.
Yep. What heats the Earth's surface unevenly?
The sun.
Yeah. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do head in the clouds for 400.
Alrighty. We get what are our 4 types of fog? I'll be honest, I forget this one myself. Aryan?
I believe that's a radiation fog, upslope fog, advection fog, and I think there is another one. Is it icing fog?
Ice fog is one. I don't think it's one of the ones that we usually use.
The steam fog.
I think that's the one that they're looking for, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. Which one would you like to do next? Arian, which one would you like to do next?
Any way that wind blows.
For 100, 200?
400.
Sure. Alrighty. What is the weather that is associated with an occluded front? Christopher.
You get precipitation, strong winds, and the temperature tends to drop.
Sure is. Also, typically the occluded front is going to be near the center of low pressure. So the pressure is usually going to drop also. Which one would you like to do next?
The cloudy with a chance of for 500.
For 500. It just occurred to me that I should probably be keeping score just for the fun of it, but oh well. That's a little late to start now, isn't it? 2 indicators that help a pilot recognize they may be flying into a microburst. Alan.
They start off with the headwind and then it moves to strong tailwind.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what they're asking for. That is what they're asking for. All right. Feels kind of more like just one factor to me, but which one's next?
Roll thunder, roll for 100.
Alrighty. What are the stages of a thunderstorm? Nichelle.
Cumulus, mature, and dissipating.
Yep. Towering cumulus, also known as developing, mature, and dissipating. Which ones have what kinds of hazards? The official answer is that they can all have any kind of hazard associated with a thunderstorm, although it's most common to see all of them in the mature stage. And it's most common to see stuff like updrafts in the towering cumulus phase and downdrafts in the dissipating stage. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do Ice Ice Baby for 500.
500. Alrighty. What is the weather associated with a high pressure system? Brian.
Clear, calm, stable, pleasant. I'm not exactly sure which words they're wanting.
I think whatever it is, it will be long-lived, basically. Clear skies, dry weather. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know that it's necessarily clear skies. I've definitely seen fog with a high pressure system before, but that's what they're asking for, so that's what's going to be on the quiz if they ask. Alrighty. Which one's next?
Ice Ice Baby for 300.
Alrighty. What effects can icing have on an aircraft in flight? Noah.
Increase stall speed and increase drag.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people get confused about the stall speed. It is increased because you stall the aircraft at a higher speed when it is iced up. An increased stall speed, if you are unfamiliar with with aircraft, it might sound good to have something increased, but in this case, an increased stall speed is bad. Which one would you like to do next?
We'll do Head in the Clouds for 300.
Head in the clouds for 300. Alrighty. What are 5 different cloud types? Peter.
Let's see, we'll go with Cumulus, Stratus, Cirrus, Nimbus, and Lenticular.
The ones you named were all cloud types. There's also rotor clouds. Altostratus is what's being included here. There's also altocumulus. There's a lot of clouds that aren't being included here. I think the coolest looking one, personally, is Mamatus clouds, which sometimes you see in strong thunderstorms, where basically they look like little droopy half circles coming from the bottom of the cloud. Which one would you like to do next?
I'll stay with clouds for 200.
Head in the clouds?
Yes.
All right. The boundary between, what is a boundary between two different air masses? Sam.
I think that'd just be a front.
It is a front. Alrighty, which one next?
How about come rain or shine 200?
Come rain or shine for 200. What is the temperature and elevation that ISA represents? Rebecca.
15 degrees Celsius at mean sea level.
Indeed. I'm not going to ask about the lapse rate because I have a sneaking suspicion that's another one of the questions. Which one would you like to do next?
I'll do Ice Baby for 200, please.
Alrighty. What are the types of structural ice that can form on an aircraft? Christopher.
Clear, run, and mixed.
Indeed. Which one's most dangerous?
Clear. Mostly because it typically likes to form on your surfaces rather than just the leading edge, so it can really screw up the.
Yeah, it can form pretty far back. Which one next?
Roll thunder roll for 500.
For 500. Alrighty. Difference between air mass and frontal thunderstorms. Caitlin.
Let's see. So for the air mass, they form on warm, humid days due to surface heating. They're often short-lived and occur in the afternoon, and they are localized, so over a small area. Whereas a frontal forms along the weather fronts, particularly the cold fronts, and they tend to be stronger, and they last a lot longer and can cover a larger distance.
Bang on. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do Head in the Clouds for 500.
Head in the Clouds for 500. Alrighty. Type of fog that forms when warm, moist air comes into contact with a cold surface. Alan.
Advection fog.
I think so. It sure is. Do we need wind for that one?
Think so.
We do, yeah. Which one next?
Anyway, the wind blows for 200.
For 200. Alrighty. Weather associated with a cold front. Brett.
Typically thunderstorms, and then after it passes, pretty clear weather.
Yeah. Unstable air, gusty winds, drop in temperature, and thunderstorms is how that's how it's worded on the quiz, I think. Or something similar to that. It is worth noting that you do tend to get the unstable air, gusty winds, and drop in temperature regardless of whether there is a thunderstorm or not. And the thunderstorms form because of the unstable air. I'll refrain from asking what the ingredients are for a thunderstorm because I'm pretty sure that might also be another question. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do Ice Ice Baby for 400.
Alrighty, cleaning out Ice Ice Baby. Weather phenomena when dew point and temperature converge at the surface. Brett.
The condensation?
I believe they're looking for fog. Yeah. How far apart do the temperature and dew point have to be? How close do they have to be before we start seeing possibility of fog?
I want to say like 5 degrees.
3 is usually when we start being concerned about it. So we call that the temperature dew point spread. So when that spread is 3 degrees or less, we start to be looking at fog. The closer they are to, the closer that spread is to 0, the more likely you are to see fog. This is true at any altitude, by the way, since fog is just a cloud. So you can sort of, if you know the dry adiabatic, if you know the 2 different lapse rates, the dew point lapse rate and the temperature lapse rate, you can figure out roughly where clouds are going to be at any given time. Which one would you like to do next?
Cloudy with a Chance.
Cloudy with a Chance for 300. Alrighty. In a high pressure system, winds move in what direction? Arian.
I believe that's clockwise.
Yep. Clockwise, downward, and outward. The way that I always remember this is a high pressure system is anticyclonic. If you remember that, if you remember that a low pressure system is cyclonic, then you can remember it as cyclonic is anti-clockwise, anticyclonic is clockwise, because there's only ever one anti. That's how I personally remember it. Your mileage may vary. And then as far as the other motion, the low pressure is sucking the air in, the high pressure is pushing the air out. Which one would you like to do next? Aaron, which one would you like to do next?
Let's do the cloudy with a chance of 400.
Already cleaning out that question bank also. In a low pressure system, winds move in what direction? Betty.
Move inward, upward, and counterclockwise.
Yep. counterclockwise, inward, and upward. Alrighty. Which one would you like to do next?
Roll thunder roll for 200.
For 200. Alrighty. I did suspect correctly this would be in here. What are the ingredients of a thunderstorm? Siwar. Siwar? I don't know how you pronounce your name, but
Sorry, my mic was off. A lifting mechanism and moisture and instability.
yep. Moisture, instability, and a lifting mechanism. Alrighty. Which one would you like to do next?
Roll thunder roll for 300.
For 300. Alrighty. What is adverse weather phenomena associated with thunderstorms? Siwar.
CBs?
Hmm?
I don't know. Cumulonimbus clouds?
I think they're looking for something a little more specific than that. Oh, Alexander. I didn't see your hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So that's going to be like rain, hail, lightning, sometimes like tornadoes, things of that nature, right?
Yeah. I think also, yeah, updrafts, downdrafts, lightning, microbursts.
Okay.
It's not included in here, and it won't be included in the quiz, but for practical purposes, it is worth keeping in mind that visibility restrictions are also common.
All right. Sounds good.
Mainly just because of the intensity of the rain, but sometimes also because it tends to make the air more humid and thus brings the temperature and dew point spread close to zero. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do come rain or shine for 500.
For 500. Alrighty. Weather associated with a low pressure system. Alexander.
Unstable air, clouds, and precipitation, I think.
Cloudy and stormy weather is the way they're
Cloudy
saying
and
this one. This is kind of vague, honestly, since what you actually get depends more on which part of the frontal system passes over you than the low pressure itself. And low pressure systems tend to have both cold and warm fronts stretching out from them, and when those two overlap, possibly also an occluded front. So it can vary, but cloudy and stormy weather is what they are going to want if they ask that on the quiz. Which one would you like to do next?
Let's do come rain or shine for 400.
For 400. It's our daily double. If I was tracking points, this would mean a lot. I don't think that's correct. There we go. Okay. Okay. The state of the atmosphere with respect to temperature, humidity, and storminess. What do we call this? Is that correct? No, that's an answer. What is this thing doing? I don't know. I think it wanted you to associate. Yeah, it wanted you to associate the state of the atmosphere with respect to temperature, humidity, and storminess. It wanted you to associate that with weather. So that's the word association they're going with there. But yeah, seems to have bugged out. So I'm just going to pick another one here. Anyway, the wind blows for 100. Is weather associated with a warm front? Caitlin.
Light rain and light snow, and then it's usually followed by the warmer, more mild weather.
Yeah. So stable air, stratiform clouds with light to moderate precipitation is what they're going to be expecting on a quiz. But yeah, it can certainly vary quite a lot. Whatever it is, it tends to last for a lot longer than the weather associated with a cold front. Which one would you like to do next?
Oops, sorry. Anyway, the wind blows for 500.
For 500. Alrighty. Name these fronts, and I'm going to call on someone I haven't seen answer yet. Tatum.
Starting at the top, I guess, cold, warm, stationary, and occluded.
They sure are. And it is worth noting, by the way, that these should not have to be color-coded for you to determine them. They should be on the quiz, but just in case the color on your monitor goes out or something. The cold front and the warm front are pointing in the same direction. The stationary front is pointing opposite directions to denote that there's cold air on one side of it, warm air on the other, and it's not really moving. And the occluded front, they are pointing in the same direction because the two fronts have merged and they are moving together. So they are all distinct even without color, and that is intentional. Which one would you like to do next?
Come rain or shine.
Alrighty. What is our standard ISA lapse rate? And I'm going to call on someone else who I have not seen answer. Kiri?
Yeah, it's Kyrie, but that's
Kyrie.
Okay. No worries. That's going to be a decrease in 2 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 feet.
It sure is. And that's every 1,000 feet as we go up. And anyway, the wind blows for 300. What is the weather associated with a stationary front? And I don't think I have seen Lakeisha answer either.
I'm getting there. Give me just a second to find this stationary front on my list. Okay, so I got where the warm and cold air meet, clouds and fog form, and it may rain or snow, can bring many days of clouds and precipitation.
Yeah, prolonged periods of cloudiness, light rain, or drizzle. Really, the most important part here is the prolonged part, because the front's not really moving. This is fairly common over Florida. You see a lot of stationary fronts over Florida for whatever reason. I'm not enough of a meteorologist to understand the atmospheric dynamics in play there, but I notice I see it a lot. Alrighty. And then we are also going to do Final Jeopardy. And let's see if this doesn't bug out. Fingers crossed. What angle is the Earth axis tilted that is responsible for seasonal changes? Man, I don't even know if I know this. So I'm not gonna have. There we go. Okay. I would have you all write this down, but I don't think this one's on the quiz. So I think we can just go with, does anyone know what this one is? Christopher.
23.5-ish degrees.
It is, yeah. Ish. Alrighty. Does anybody have any questions about all of that? Because I'll admit I kind of went through that pretty fast. Caitlin.
When we were going over the different types of clouds, what's the difference between stratus and altostratus?
The altitude that it is at.
I'm assuming as altostratus, is that higher?
I think so. Let me look it up. Yeah, so alto is the mid region. So stratus by default is a low level cloud. So below about 6,500 feet. And then the mid level is about that 6,500 feet or so up to 13,000. So that's where you're going to get your altostratus. And then I think you can also get cirrostratus. That one's pretty rare, but I think it does happen up at above 13,000 feet.
Thanks.
No problem. Yeah, here. Wikipedia. Wikipedia coming in clutch. That doesn't look right. There we go. Okay. That's the correct colors. Forgot I had to disable HDR when I present. All right. So yeah, you got your low-level clouds. You got your low-level clouds that's below 6,500 feet or 2,000 meters. Mid-level clouds that are between that and 7,000 meters or 23,000 feet, apparently. And then theoretically, clouds should top out around 40,000, but in practice, they can overshoot that depending on the tropopause height.
Thank you. I'm a visual person, so that helped.
Yeah, it's like I know there's a graphic of this somewhere. Sure enough. Cool. So I'm going to say we go ahead and take a break here, and we can come back at 30 past, actually. We'll take our 15-minute break here. 30 past the hour. Which is, I'll just use Zulu time. 1:30 Zulu. All right. Alrighty. Back. Sorry about taking the 15-minute break out of schedule. My cats were insisting that I play with them, and they still are, so they haven't been satisfied, unfortunately. Oh well. So you may hear cats screaming in the background. That's just gonna happen, I guess. There's nothing I can do to stop that. Alrighty. So what I'm gonna do now is a weather briefing. So it was kind of, this isn't really exactly how I would do it in practice, because the way I actually do my weather briefings in practice uses WSI Fusion, which I don't have on this computer, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to show it to you anyway. But so yeah, we'll make something up here. Basically, if this thing wants to load, there we go. Okay. So what I'd be looking at first is what are our current observations. And there we go. So looks relatively clear. Like we got some stuff, but there's no SIGMETs. There is a center weather advisory for what? For occasional moderate to severe turbulence. So Ryan from last night said you guys might need more practice on PIREPs and SIGMETs. So I'm going to pull open some of these PIREPs, and I'm going to ask you guys to read them if you can. So let me see if I can, there we go. Is that big enough for everybody to read?
Zoom in, yeah.
All right. There we go. All righty. What, who wants to try and read this one? Trevor.
So it's an upper atmosphere PIREP, so it's a routine PIREP over the GLH VOR on the 360 radial, 15 miles out. Time was 107 Zulu, flight level 32,000. Type of aircraft was Boeing 737. And it was a light to moderate chop turbulence. And then remarks, I'm not sure what that means, but
that's I don't know what the number means. The ZME is Memphis Center, so it's being forwarded by Memphis Center. So yeah, it's a 737-8 max. And we would typically refer to this as just flight level 320. But yeah, it was 32,000 feet. Approximately. The exact actual altitude of flight level 320 can vary depending on temperature. It's not necessarily exactly 32,000 feet. Alrighty. What about this one? Who wants to try and read this one for me? Christopher.
Why not? So it's not urgent. They're over Mike Bravo. I'm not sure which airport that is, on the 220 at 050. 5 miles. Time was 01 first. Level 400 is a Boeing 737. Turbulence is called at moderate chop. And then I'm not sure which center that.
Yeah, it's Albuquerque.
30%.
And just a note on the time, that is...
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, that's just the time. That's not date. So you have to sort of... And it's also in Zulu time. So that was about 35 minutes ago. Alrighty, who wants to read this one here? The centers all start with Z, and AMA is Amarillo, yes. Peter.
Okay, another routine PIREP. I'm not sure what the PVU at the beginning is, but over FFU on the 210 radial at 30 miles at 0115 Zulu at flight level 230, coming from a CRJ2. Temperatures minus 18 with some light rime icing. And that center that you mentioned.
Yeah, it's Salt Lake in that case. PU is Provo, so that's our reporting station, but our VOR is, I don't remember what FFU is. I think Fairfield, maybe. I don't remember what that's called.
Okay.
So, yeah, just reporting some light rime. That's actually a pretty high altitude for icing to be observed at. But can happen. Let's see if I can find any of the fun PIREPs. I can't, so I might have to dig up something else. Ooh, okay, that's actually a fun one. This should be UUA. It's not. Who wants to read this and tell me why this should be urgent? I might have to click away from this. Caitlin.
So they are at the, I don't know which airport CTB is, but they're at that airport. It's a routine PIREP, and they are over the CTB VOR. Time reported was 106 Zulu. Flight level 310. Type of aircraft is a A321. Turbulence reported moderate. And then they have a remark saying that the mountain waves can cause a gain or loss of 15 knots.
Yes. It's from Salt Lake Center. So mountain wave in general, because this is abbreviated, it's not going to tag as, well, in general, mountain wave doesn't really tag correctly as urgent, but mountain wave should be urgent. Because mountain wave is a very severe condition. Because that plus or minus 15 knots is going to be pretty much no matter what you do. So because the performance is relatively limited at high altitude, it's not going to be like a microburst where you can potentially, if you catch it quick enough, you can potentially power up and climb out of it. Mountain wave is that plus or minus 15 knots is whatever, is no matter what you do. There's nothing you can do about it. And that makes mountain wave a severe condition. And let's see. Do we have fun stuff? Okay. And the other note about mountain wave, by the way, is that mountain wave itself is separate from like the bumpiness of turbulence. So mountain wave, while being a type of turbulence, does not really feel inside the aircraft like turbulence. The passengers might never know. So you can see turbulence moderate, light, negative, and then also mountain wave. Or it could be severe or extreme, depending on how the pilot chooses to define it. All right. So I'm going to paste some PIREP into chat here if someone wants to give it a shot at reading that one. So this is a saved PIREP. That one's relatively easy. Lakeisha.
I guess I'll give it a shot. So this is a urgent report over the BNA VOR at direction is 45. They're 40 miles out. The time is 1700 Zulu, flight level 130. type is E170, and we're experiencing extreme turbulence. I'm not sure what the RMZME is.
Yeah, it's saying it's coming from Memphis Center. So, yeah, pretty much bang on. And I'm going to give another example of how PIREPs. So this is one. I'm going to read this one. So this one I'm pasting into chat right now. So I actually have a story about this one. So this is HVN, New Haven Airport. New Haven, I think technically it's a DME station, actually, not a VOR. Urgent PIREP over New Haven on the 020 radial at 5 miles. Time 1856. Flight level 020, about 2,000 feet. Boeing 737-800 is the type. It's extreme turbulence. Remark microburst pushing the aircraft down over the final approach fix, Elvis, which is the north arrival into New Haven. So the story behind this is there was actually a microburst, but the extreme turbulence was not, that did not exist, according to the crew. That they don't know where the controller or whoever put in that PIREP, they don't know where they got that from. That was not stated over the radio, and we reviewed the radio records just for fun. And they didn't say extreme turbulence. No one said extreme turbulence. We don't know how that got there. But our best guess is that that was included so that the automated system would correctly tag it as an urgent PIREP. And it would like flag to people. That was our best guess, but we weren't completely sure. So this is kind of an example of how PIREPs are not necessarily a perfect approximation of what's going on. They're an approximation, but not necessarily perfect. They can include some information that is not entirely accurate in order to get things to work. The other thing that's commonly fudged about them, aside from incorrect translation of what the pilot reported or a possibly too literal interpretation of what the pilot reported, because some pilots do not know what severe turbulence is. You would think they would know, but somehow some of them don't. And the other common one is approximating the location. So the locations of these can be off by quite a bit. The thing to look for on that is if it is exactly over a VOR, that's probably not actually where it happened. If it has a VOR radial and distance, that's more likely to be pretty close to where it actually happened. As opposed to if it is exactly over something, that's definitely an approximation. I've seen it be off by as much as like 50 miles. So just worth considering in that case. If you have like a cluster of them though, you can kind of sort of get a picture. So like what we have here, where we have a cluster here. So we can kind of get a picture of where that turbulence is actually happening in this case. So this one looks potentially interesting. Yeah, we got, I'll just read this. So over Glacier Park, not urgent for some reason over the FCA, which is Glacier Park VOR on the 050 radial at 35 miles. Time is 0055, flight level 390. It's a 737-700. The remark is mountain wave plus or minus 700 feet. There's many different definitions of mountain. There's many different abbreviations you'll see for Mountain Wave. You might see it spelled out entirely. You might see MTN Wave. I don't know if there is actually a standard abbreviation, but if there is, almost no one uses it. So just worth keeping in mind. If the abbreviation looks like it might be Mountain Wave, that's probably what they mean. They just don't know the abbreviation because no one knows it. I don't know it. And I've had to put in a Mountain Wave PIREP for a crew once. And I didn't know what the abbreviation was supposed to be either. Rebecca.
I have a question about the PIREP that you put in the chat with the remark, pushing the aircraft down over the final approach fix. So what would be like your solution? Would you like pick a different star, or is there something you would have to do after getting this PIREP?
In this case, it was a fast-moving weather front. So I just asked, I had hold fuel and an alternate on this flight, and I just asked over the ACAR system aircraft, what is it? Addressing communication. I don't remember the acronym, but it's like a text messaging system. So I asked them, I see you missed, do you require any assistance? I see there's a PIREP of a microburst. And they said, yeah, the microburst was us. We're gonna give it another try now. And they didn't see anything on the radar the second try, and they landed fine on the second attempt. So it was just as the storm was rolling in, they happened to experience a microburst, but it was gone by the time they came back around. Microbursts do tend to be short-lived phenomena. You could have one crew come in and then another crew is right behind them, and one crew experiences it and the other one doesn't. It's very short-lived. They can last long enough for that, but most of the time, yeah. Take them.
For the Mountain Wave PIREPs, is the plus or minus because it's like which way you're traveling?
So yeah, it's gain and loss. I think it's technically the way I'm supposed to read it. Gain and loss of 700 feet. So it's pushing them up 700 feet and pushing them down 700 feet. And that's presumably after whatever they've been able to do to correct for it, which is usually not much.
Okay.
It also tends to be with Mountain Wave. That's not like a, that could be over several minutes. So it's not necessarily like suddenly you are 700 feet higher. It's like you are just going to keep climbing for several minutes, and then you're just going to fall for several minutes. But yeah, Mountain Wave is scary. I don't like Mountain Wave. Nobody likes Mountain Wave. Well, okay. Glider pilots like Mountain Wave, but glider pilots are crazy. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned with the weather that I see here overall, the present weather. If I saw this on a weather briefing, I'd be like, this is a pretty good day, to be completely honest with you. This is not that bad. Yeah, there's some turbulence, but I mean, if you have a day where you don't see any moderate turbulence in the entire US in the winter, take a screenshot of that, because that's very rare. Unless it's at 4 or 5 a.m. when no one's had time to make any PIREPs yet. But, middle of the day, late at night, right now, where there's tons of flights in the air. If you don't see any moderate PIREPs at this time of year, I would be very surprised. Nimbus, I'm busy. So looking at ceiling and visibility, again, we got our green dots all over the US. So green is VFR. Have you guys gone over what VFR, IFR is? Okay. Yeah, so VFR is visibility above 3 miles and ceiling above 5,000 feet. Marginal VFR is going to be below that, down to a ceiling of 1,000 feet and visibility at 3 miles. And then IFR is below that. So it stands for Instrument Flight Rules is IFR. MVFR is marginal VFR, and VFR is visual flight rules. So, and there's also low IFR, which I honestly don't remember the definition of off the top of my head. I just know that it's annoying and it's a problem, and this is low IFR here. Is pink or purple is going to be the color that you're going to see. And as we can see here, just for fun, who wants to try and read this METAR? Trevor.
Okay. I don't know what airport CYAZ is, but it was at on the 31st at 0100 C. Winds were from 120 at 6 knots, quarter statute mile visibility, light rain, fog, vertical visibility at 200 feet. Temperature is 9 degrees, 2.9 degrees, altimeter 30.10. Remarks, fog 8. I'm not sure what that represents. Last would be last observation before breaking coverage. So there maybe the station was offline or something like that. And FT station, some kind of obstruction. It's kind of all I've got on that part.
So this is something that Canada does. You're not going to see in the US, but this is, so they don't have an automated station here. So this is their last staffed observation.
Yeah.
And then they have the time that they have their next observation. You also see this with TAFs sometimes in Canada too, is they state at what time the next TAF will come out, because it's not on they're not all on the same schedule like they are in the US. Christopher.
Going back to VFR versus IFR, do Part 121 airlines ever file VFR or only in rare circumstances?
You have to be certified for it. My airline is, because there's a fun situation with Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, where I forget what the specifics are of it, but basically there is a gap in ATC coverage where you have to fly VFR for a little while because the Cuban authorities are not going to provide you ATC services, and the US side does not have sufficient ATC services to provide anything other than terminal area IFR. So like within the airport area, they give you IFR services, but outside of that, when you're descending down, you don't have anything. So you have to
Would you
be VFR.
would you file a composite at that point then for that type of?
No, you just for that particular situation, you just file the IFR flight plan. You're just not under ATC control for that little while, so you are flying VFR, but you are under an IFR flight plan.
Okay, so basically, almost 100% of the time, 121 aircraft are filing.
Yeah,
For all the reasons.
100% of the time. Yeah. There are also circumstances where, well, basically, we're going to be filing the IFR flight plan at all times. There are circumstances where they may land VFR, operate VFR, or take off VFR and pick up the clearance in the air. But they
Right. Yeah, a lot
they
of
will
places
always
you,
have
you
the
cancel
IFR.
and then get on CTAF and land, I guess. Okay, I got you.
What was the FG8 on that METAR again?
So that's another Canadian thing. Canada likes to include a remark as to when they say vertical visibility, or they like to include a remark as to what cloud or obscuration is causing the ceiling. So in this case, it's fog 8/8 of the sky.
Got it. Thanks.
So if they had like a broken sky, they would tell you whether it's 6/8 or 7/8 or 5/8.
Pretty much just international and then some military bases, right?
This is just a thing Canada does. I don't think anybody but Canada does it that way. But they have their own particularities. NIMBY, I'm busy. No, I'm busy. Yeah, so that's a fun one. So that's low IFR. There is our pink dot. VFR is going to be our green dot. Marginal VFR is going to be our blue dot. And IFR is going to be our red dot. So if I click on this one, this is a fun one. Who wants to try and read me Joplin METAR here? Brian.
Okay. Yeah, so this is, so I guess KJLN is Joplin Airport. Issued on the 31st of January at 01:53 Zulu. Winds are coming from 010 at 17 knots, gusting to 24. Visibility 1 1/4 statute miles. Reporting light snow. Ceiling broken clouds at 016 or 1,600 feet. And then another layer broken at 028, and then an overcast layer at 046. Temperature is -8 degrees Celsius, dew point -11. Altimeter is 30.52. And this is at ASOS with a precipitation discriminator. Snow began at 45 minutes past the hour. Pressure is rapidly rising. The sea level pressure is 1,034.8 millibars. No precipitation has been accumulated, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess that's just, I don't know for what time period that would be, but maybe just the last hour. True temperature is minus 7.8 Celsius and minus 11.1 Celsius for the dew point.
Yeah. So additional notes. So the snow began remark is included because it says snow. So it includes when the snow started. Pressure is rising rapidly. This particular remark indicates that there has been a trace amount of precipitation in the past hour. So that's when it says 0 is you're meant to read it as trace. So that's, there has been some precipitation, as we can see by the fact that the snow began at 45 past the hour and it's been going for 8 minutes at that point. But it has not been a measurable amount yet. So we call it a trace.
Okay.
And then also worth noting about the exact temperature and dew point. A lot of people are not aware of this. The exact temperature and dew point are still not exact. They are reported in whole degrees Fahrenheit. The reason for this specifically is so that they can be converted to Fahrenheit. And that's it. So when you see this, don't go thinking that they really are exactly that far apart, because they may not be. They may be a little closer. This right here, the 0811 is closer to the actual accuracy of the system. So yeah, also it may not be an ASOS. In fact, it's probably an AWOS. I'm gonna go look it up right now, just for fun. And that doesn't say. Fun. Okay. Search the chart supplement. You're actually right. In this case, Joplin does have an ASOS. So the difference really is just that the ASOS is maintained by the NWS. The AWOS is owned by the FAA, might be maintained by the FAA, might be maintained by the Airport Authority. And the ASOS can report a few more parameters. But other than that, there's not really a significant difference between the two.
Okay. In either case, they both show as AO2 on there.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what specifically shows as AO1. I think there's a couple of ASOS, or sorry, AWOS variants that show as A01. I forget which ones. Alrighty, let's see. That's almost exactly the same thing. It is slightly different, but I don't think it's different enough to be interesting. What does this $sign mean at the end of this METAR for Bluefield? What about maintenance, Alex?
I forgot the exact system, but one of the systems is down.
Yeah, so there's something in this station that needs maintenance. It doesn't actually state which part of the station needs maintenance, but something in this automated station requires maintenance. Sometimes you can tell because sometimes it also includes a remark saying what is not operating. Like, for example, PNO is the precipitation sensor is not working. But if it doesn't include that, then you can't really know what's broken. Yeah, here's one. So right here, this is freezing rain sensor is not operating. So when it says NO at the end of it, at the end of the remark, that means not operating. And then whatever is in front of that is what is not operating. So who wants to read me this one for Emporia? Christopher.
I'll give it a shot. It's METAR 4 Kilo Echo Mike Pop. Winds are 310. Sorry, the time is 0153 at the 31st. It's an automated port. Winds are 010 at 12, gusting to 22 knots. It's touching miles visibility. Few clouds at 2500. Overcast ceiling at 3400. Temperature -11. Dew point -17. Altimeter 3060. Remarks. It's a soft precipitation discriminator. Peak winds were 360. 26 knots at 0119. Zulu. Sea level pressure that would be 103.8. And the temperature would be -11.1 and -16.7.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's our peak wind, the direction, speed, and time observed is a neat little remark you might see occasionally. And I'm going to finish up this bit with this particular METAR. Who wants to try and read this one? Caitlin.
Okay, so I'm not sure which station that is, but it's Kilo. I'm not really.
That is a 0.
It is?
Yeah. 0.
Okay, I was gonna say, it doesn't look like
Oscar.
Okay. All right. So it was reported on the 31st day at 1:55 Zulu. It's a fully automated weather report. Winds are coming from 350 at 16 knots, gusting 19 knots. There's less than a fourth statute mile visibility. It's reporting light snow. Ceilings overcast at 200. Temperature -13. Dew point -14. Altimeter 3033. And for the remarks, it has the precipitation discriminator.
Bang on. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, TAF map. There we go. There we go. Format this. Used to be a way to filter the TAF display to only show ones with conditional language that were annoying to read. But unfortunately, doesn't seem like they're interested in doing that. So I can still pick some annoying ones. So who wants to give a shot at reading this particular TAF for Knoxville? All right, I'll go ahead and read this one myself. So this is our TAF for Knoxville, Tennessee, issued on the 31st of the month at 0159 Zulu. So this is an amended TAF, although it doesn't explicitly say that anywhere. It's valid from 31st of the month at 2 Zulu to the 31st of the month at 24 Zulu. Again, 22-hour TAF. That's, you can also tell it's an amended TAF that way. From the start of the TAF, the winds are 030 at 6 knots, visibility 3 statute miles, light snow, broken ceiling at 900 feet, overcast at 1,500. From the 31st at 5 Zulu, the wind will be 360 at 11 knots, visibility 1 statute mile, light snow, broken ceiling at 900 feet, overcast clouds at 1,800. From the 31st at 13 Zulu, winds will be from 360 at 12 knots, gusting 20, visibility 2 statute miles, light snow, overcast ceiling at 1,500 feet. From the 31st at 21 Zulu, winds will be from 010 at 10 knots, gusting to 18. 4 statute mile visibility, light snow showers, and an overcast ceiling at 2,500 feet. So this is a painful METAR to look at because this is obviously really crappy weather, especially for Knoxville. Like, I mean, we're talking about Tennessee getting snow here. This is disastrous. The only line of this that does not require an alternate would be this last one here. So after 22 Zulu, we would not require an alternate. But in practical terms, I would put an alternate for every single one for this whole thing. Again, it's snow in Tennessee. You can't be too careful. Does anybody have any questions about that, TAF? Okay. So it's 20 past the hour, so let's go ahead and take a break here for the next 10 minutes. And we'll be back at past. Alrighty. I don't seem to have many examples of segments. But it's a nice TAF if someone wants to try and read this TAF. And I'm gonna see if I can find some segments in the meantime. Caitlin.
So this TAF is for Kilo Sierra Yankee Romeo Airport. Not sure which one that is. So it was issued on the 30th day at 23:34 Zulu. This one's valid from the 31st day at 0 Zulu until the 31st day at 24 Zulu. Winds are reporting 2706 knots with 3 statute miles visibility, light snow showers, baby rain, so mist, and overcast ceilings at 25. And there is a tempo between the 31st at 0 Zulu and the 31st at 04 Zulu with 2 statute miles visibility, light snow showers, and mist. And then from the 31st at 0900 Zulu, winds variable at 3 knots with 3 statute miles visibility, light snow showers, mist, and overcast ceilings at 1500. From the 31st day at 1800 Zulu, winds reporting 320 4 knots, greater than 6 statute mile visibility, and broken ceiling at 2000.
Yeah. So this is, by the way, it's Syracuse, New York. So have you guys gone over the 1, 2, 3 rule, that sort of stuff? Do we require an alternate at, let's say 5 Zulu on the 31st for this meeting, for this TAF? I'm seeing yeses and nos. Fun. For the yeses, who wants to say why yes? Caitlin?
I believe it's because for the tempo, the visibility isn't 3 statute miles.
So the interesting question here is when does the tempo end?
Oh, it ends at 0400. So, but you said it's at 5, right?
Yes.
So it would include it because it's before and after an hour.
So this is one of the sneaky things about TAFs, and tempos in particular, and other similar conditions, is that the last time that tempo ends at 4 Zulu, The last time that it is actually valid is 3:59. At 4 Zulu, that tempo's over. It's gone. So in actuality, it does not require an alternative 5 Zulu. You should put one in an actual real life scenario because you have, you have Albany that's relatively nearby. There's really no reason not to put an alter on that, but you could technically not do it. And that's the point of the question. And so, yeah, that's the trick, is that the tempo actually is not active at 4 Zulu. It is only active at 3:59. There probably, I don't think it's on this quiz, but at some point there probably is going to be a quiz question or one of the Legal to Go quizzes that does include a question about that. I'm not going to make you read the whole thing, but does anybody know what this abbreviation is in this TAF? BLSN. Ellen.
Is it blowing snow?
It is blowing snow, yes. And the interesting thing about that is a visibility restriction. So the snow actually falling from the sky is the precipitation. The blowing snow is the visibility restriction. I'm not going to do... I could do Canadian TAFs, but Canadian TAFs get very annoying. So, like, if you ever want practice reading tempos, just go read a Canadian TAF. They almost all have tempos in them. Becomings. Like, they're just allergic to one line TAFs up in Canada. It's kind of crazy, honestly. Oh, here's a segment. So what is a convective segment for? Arian?
Severe weather, for example, thunderstorm.
Specifically just thunderstorms is a convective segment, yeah. What other types of segments are there? If anybody else wants to jump in. What other types other than the convective segment? Brian.
For icing or turbulence.
And also volcanic ash. Yes. Volcanic ash is the rarest one. You almost never see it, but it does happen occasionally. Or at least it's rarest in the continental US. It's pretty common, actually. Down here. So like Fuego, for example, down in, this is Guatemala, yeah. Fuego goes off almost every frickin' day. Sometimes multiple times a day. So if you ever want to just practice reading a volcanic ash segment, you can go look down here, and it's pretty much every single day there's one. So this particular one is valid for what is that? 3 6 hours. So it's got the positions that define our little triangle here. It's moving southwest at 10 knots. Forecast volcanic ash cloud from the surface to flight level 140. And then I'm going to be completely honest, I don't remember which one of these is our points and which one of these is. That might be saying where it is now versus at 3 Zulu, where it will be, is I think how to read that. But I guess I need more practice on these also. The important part is you can see it on the map and you have the altitude here. Frankly, I'll be completely honest, actually reading the SIGMET is, we don't really do that too much. There are parts of the SIGMET that we read, like for example, with this convective SIGMET, this is the part we care about. Just this part. Area embedded thunderstorms moving from 240 at 25 knots, tops to flight level 300. The rest of it is just all help stuff to help keep it drawn correctly and all of that administrative stuff, basically. Christopher?
Yeah, for tropical cyclones, things like that, is that part of convective segments, or would that be a non-convective segment similar to the volcanic ash of non-convective?
I've seen it be both, especially considering that convective SIGMETs are solely a US thing. There are no other countries in the world that use them. The rest of the world uses thunderstorm SIGMETs. And they use the same thing for a tropical storm. Trevor?
Are dust storms and sandstorms kind of a similar no-go situation as volcanic ash? Because you would think it would have kind of a similar effect on the engines.
It's not exactly a no-go situation. You definitely want to be careful about it, but it's not really entirely a no-go situation. The part of it that's a no-go situation is the part where the visibility is basically zero. In almost every one of them, and the part where most often in the U.S. at least, dust storms and sandstorms are actually kicked up by thunderstorms, so then you get both, and that's not fun for anybody. So they're not really completely no-go in that they won't actually cause the engine to shut down, but they're definitely not good for the engine. And if you can avoid them, you'd like to. But they're usually surface level phenomena, so it kind of becomes a pilot decision at that point. What's right up, got? Oh, it's still snow. That's boring. Nashville. Great. Okay. So I don't think any of those are particularly different, really. in such a way that it would really add anything. Because really what it comes down to is if you have trouble reading TAFs, pretty much it just comes down to go read some TAFs and find a decoder or pull up the list of abbreviations and go through it. And really, that's something that is worth practicing on your own time, even if you're pretty comfortable with it. Just going and reading through them and being like, oh, I don't know what that abbreviation is. Let me look that up. I do that sometimes. But yeah, I don't know that there's really anything that we can find in a TAF here that we haven't already done at some point. So I am going to move on to, so this page here is another part of my personal weather brief. So I like to brief myself by looking at the forecast also. So this particular page, I'll post it in the chat because I think it's actually kind of important if you feel like using it. Now, it's worth noting this is raw model data. So this is data that is not adjusted by professional meteorologists. It is just straight up out of the weather model, exactly what the weather model is predicting. But it can be useful to look at this and see what is underpinning the actual, the TAF that you're getting or any other forecast. So the two models that I like the most for what we do are the HRRR, High Resolution Rapid Refresh, and the NAM High Res. They are both 3-kilometer models. The NAM High Res has a little bit more smoothing on it, so it's a little more, it's a little easier to read, but the High Resolution Rapid Refresh is updated more often. Brian?
What is meant by 3-kilometer models? I was curious.
So that is the grid size. So the grid is 3 kilometers wide. So that's about the highest resolution you're going to get on a current generation weather model. The further out you look, so these models only look, the NAM High Res only does 60 hours. The High Resolution Rapid Refresh does 18 hours most of the time, and every 6 hours does 48 hours. So these are very short range models. The longer range you look, the higher the lower the resolution is going to be, the higher that number, that kilometer number. If I recall correctly, the NAM, regular NAM, is like 6 to 8 kilometers or something like that. And then the GFS is the longest one, and that is something like 12 kilometers. At 3 kilometers is where you start to be able to resolve details like actual thunderstorms. Above that, thunderstorms are hard to pick out. So there's a number of different ones you can look at for model area. The continental United States, Alaska, Northwest, South Central United States, Southeast United States. So you can zoom in, but just for a weather brief, CONUS is usually the better one. So if I look at the simulated composite radar, at 0 Zulu, it's empty. But at the 0 hour, it's empty. But then it populates once you get into the future. So it starts to predict where the radar is going to move and what the radar is going to look like. So this is specifically simulating composite radar reflectivity. And it estimates what the radar will show. You can zoom in on this map, but the regional maps are higher resolution. So this is what our weather radar is going to look like out to the end of this. So we're going to get some snow here down in the Carolinas and Georgia. So that snow that we were seeing in Knoxville and other parts of that area is going to move into Charlotte overnight and possibly down into Atlanta. And there might be some freezing rain associated with it as well. That's this red bit here. And that's going to keep going out past the forecast range of this model. So if we look at cloud ceiling, I'm assuming we're going to see down in this area, we're going to see some low ceilings propagating as that snowstorm moves. And if we keep watching it, we see the yellow, and as it gets further down to red is the low ceiling. But it's actually not as bad as I would have thought. But it's not particularly great along the coast for sure. And then visibility, I'm curious what the visibility is. So again, green is good. As we get further down into red, it gets bad. So I'm curious about this particular storm down here. So we're in purple as it starts to move. Yeah, so that's really not that bad, honestly, in terms of visibility. It's just a matter of, can they keep the runways clear? If they can keep the runways clear, we could probably land in that. Could probably take off in that. But if they can't keep the runways clear, obviously we have no chance. And given that it's snow in the Carolinas, I have a good feeling they're not going to be able to keep the runways clear.
Definitely not in Atlanta, too.
Do they even have snowplows? I know down here in Houston, when it snowed last year, it was literally just, we don't have any snowplows. We're just going to wait for it to melt. Arian?
Just a quick one. I wanted to check if you have a legend for this one as well. Does it comes with it?
So it sort of comes with it. So when you click on each individual type, so it models a number of different parameters, and the parameters that are available change with each model. So if you use them a lot, you'll kind of get used to what you can and can't use for each model. But so for visibility, for example, if I go to forecast hour 0, so it has the legend here for how much visibility is what color. So that light red, pinkish red is the worst color. That's 1/8 of a mile is what it's forecasting. Dark red is 1/4 mile. Purple is 1/2 mile to 1/4 mile. But in actuality, this forecast tends to be the forecast tends to be one step below what it actually is with this particular model. So when it forecasts 1/8 of a mile, typically it's actually more like 1/4 of a mile. When it forecasts 1/2 a mile, it's typically above 1/2 a mile. Like, it's pessimistic, this particular forecast, is what I've noticed. So when I see purple, I'm actually not concerned, whereas when I see red, then I am concerned.
Thank you.
And then also down here, it'll include the model run, the hour advanced that you are, and what the model parameter is. And like some of these won't say exactly what they are when you look at them here. Like for example, some of these are a little hard to read. Like lightning is pretty obvious, but exactly what lightning is, I'm just curious. So it's lightning flash rate, flashes per kilometer per 2 to 5 minutes, or per square kilometer every 5 minutes. For snow total, it's 1 hour accumulated snow. So if you're ever unsure what a parameter action is exactly, it'll show there. And then if you have more questions, you can click the product info box here, and that will explain in full detail. So yeah, that's how I like to look at forecasts personally. Everybody has their own personal preference. Another one that a lot of people look at is the forecast discussion, which you can get on the Aviation Weather Center here. If you go to products, forecast discussions, and then I can look at, for example, the FFC, which is Peachtree. Do we, like, what are they saying about the forecast? So they might include in here some stuff that they're not 100% sure about, because the other thing to know about TAFs is that basically the TAF writers are graded on if they forecast something and it doesn't happen, they get marked down. So if they're not 100% sure that something's going to happen, they might not put it in the TAF, but they might put it in the forecast discussion. Or you might see it on a model or something like that. So the forecast discussion can include some things that the TAF doesn't. And it's also written in plain English, which is nice. So primary aviation concern through the next 36 hours will be the snowfall. Trends continue to indicate more widespread snowfall between 06 Zulu Saturday and 00 Zulu Sunday, with the 11 Zulu to 19 Zulu being the period for peak airport impacts. Accumulations are anticipated at Atlanta, which is, I figured they would include something about that. Strong northwest winds, peak gusts 25 to 35 knots, will also occur and linger through at least 6 Zulu Saturday. The strongest gusts are expected between 15 Zulu Saturday and 06 Zulu Sunday. A mix of marginal VFR and IFR ceilings will occur between 08 Zulu Saturday and 02 Zulu Sunday. Atlanta confidence, 0 Zulu update. High confidence in snow showers at some point between 9 Zulu and 21 Zulu. Moderate confidence in the greatest snow impacts between 12 Zulu and 18 Zulu Saturday. High confidence in wind gusts near or above 30 knots after 12 Zulu Saturday. So this is a section that is included in, I think, most forecast discussions. I don't read them that often, but they typically include a bit about how confident the forecaster is in various conditions. So you can kind of get a chance, an idea of the chance of various things by looking at that. So can be useful. So here we have an outlook instead of the confidence section. In the this is Greenville Spartanburg, which also includes Charlotte. Yeah, so this is completely plain English, so it includes phrases like, but it all goes down the tubes. And it includes stuff like, the initial snow was handled with a Prog 30 as it is unclear when the snow will become the prevailing condition. But once it does, it will continue to snow through at least late Saturday afternoon. So you might read that and say, oh, the snow might start and then stop if you read Prog 30 in the TAF, but then you read the forecast discussion and you see, oh, it's actually expected to continue once it starts. So this is why it's useful to, we have a phrase for people that dispatch entirely off of the TAF. They're called TAF dispatchers. It's not a good thing to be. Now, in class and on the practical, you will be expected to dispatch entirely off of the TAF. When you actually get to an airline, don't do that. That is not what you want to do. You want to look at additional sources and make sure you're making the most informed decision that you can. So that's a quick little summary of those sorts of tools. And I got disconnected from what I was trying to look at. All right. And as far as segments, does anybody have any, well, actually, just in general, what questions do people have? What pain points do you think you have with weather theory, the types of questions that you might get asked on the quiz, that sort of thing? Brian.
I don't know that we're going to get asked too specifically on the quiz, but still kind of having some trouble kind of discerning all the different types of pressures, the pressure reading, like like your altimeter. Let's see, what was that? Where did I wrote something down here. Oh, like all the different altitudes and, you know, like density, altitude, and all that kind of stuff.
Like density, altitude is as opposed to pressure, altitude?
Yeah, and mostly those kind of things.
Yeah, so pressure altitude is going to be the actual altitude that you're at. So that's, I don't know exactly what the technical definition of density altitude is. Maybe someone can correct me on that, but the general concept is that it is a representation of basically what altitude the aircraft is going to be performing as if it is at. Brett?
So at least as far as I was taught, density altitude is the pressure altitude corrected for non-standard temperature. There's the definition. Yes.
And humidity.
And humidity, yeah. So it's basically, yeah, you can think of it as the altitude that the aircraft is performing as if it was at. So when it's high temperature, it's going to be a higher altitude, and a higher density altitude is worse. And then the other one is flight level, which is loosely related to pressure altitude, but is an approximation.
I don't know that anybody really talked about that. Like when you, like we talked about where Class A airspace is when you cross through 18,000 feet to flight level 180, the fact that you switch your altimeter to 29902. Why? So that's obviously, that's why flight level is not your true altitude. So I think maybe the true altitude using.
Yeah. True altitude and pressure altitude are if you want to be really technical about it, they aren't the same thing, but they are close enough for our purposes in this class.
You know, I think one of the things that has thrown me off, and I guess if I'm understanding it correctly, it makes more sense now. But when you said the aircraft wouldn't perform as well in a higher density altitude, so a higher density altitude actually means the air is actually less dense, right?
Yes.
It's just a higher altitude, but it's a density altitude. Okay, that's the thing that threw me off before.
Yeah, it's a little weird when you think about it like that, but yeah, when you think about it from the sense of our aircraft performs worse at higher altitudes, it's more efficient, but the actual performance is less. Then our density altitude is going to be what the aircraft is performing as if it was at. So when it's higher, it's worse performance. The other bit about altitude is that pressure altitude is based off of height above sea level. And obviously your height above terrain isn't going to be that. Well, unless you happen to be over like Florida, but Florida is very flat, and there are other parts of the U.S. that are very flat and around zero sea level. But most parts of the U.S. are at least a little hilly. So you're usually not going to be at right at sea level, especially, with the places that we deal with in this particular class, which are mostly out west, and many of them are going to be well above sea level. So we also deal with when we get into weather minimums. Let me see if I can pull it up. This is going to be mildly. Actually, boy, this thing takes a while to open, doesn't it? So I don't know how much of this you guys have seen. I'm going to try not to confuse you guys with this too much because we will get to this, I promise. But basically, when you look at an approach chart, which this is an approach chart, this is specifically at St. George. It's the localizer distance array approach, which is the primary approach into St. George. So when we look at our minimums down here, we have, for the height, we have two different numbers. We have 3170, which is our barometric pressure altitude. And then we have 286, which is our height above terrain. When we are dispatching, we are using entirely height above terrain. The pilots are mostly using the pressure altitude. So that's two other altitude differences. That's another altitude difference that we have to consider. Is the difference between the true altitude and the pressure altitude. And I just want to also include one last thing that I include on my briefing when I start the day is, so this is the National Airspace System status page. So again, we'll get to this because this is our, this is ATC. It's not really not really weather. So this comes into airspace stuff. But it is worth noting that weather impacts what our airports are going to be doing as far as delays, closures, stuff like that. So here we can see that that can't be right. Dallas Love Field is de-icing? Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I guess it is pretty cold down here, but still. And DCA is in a ground delay program, and so is O'Hare, both due to snow or ice. By freebie advisory, I'm just curious. Yeah, weather/snow ice is their impacting condition there. Again, you don't really need to know exactly what this means yet, but because we'll get to that, but just the knowledge that our weather impacts not just whether we are legal to go, but also what ATC is doing is good to have. When we start having stuff like snow, ice, visibility restrictions, thunderstorms, we might not be restricting ourselves, but ATC might be restricting us because they don't have the capacity anymore to handle everybody on the normal time frame. All right, so let's go ahead and take our last break here, and we'll be back at 25 past the hour, and then I'm gonna talk about NOTAMs a little bit. All right. Let's zoom in on this. All right. So, what have you guys discussed about Nogums, if anything? What do you know about Nogums?
I noticed this to airmen. I think that's about as much as we've covered.
Alrighty. Who wants to pick an airport to look at Nogums for? Preferably a smaller airport, not a big airport, because there's going to be a crap ton of Nogums for a big airport.
Well, Henderson, a little executive airport southeast of.
Sure. Alrighty. So we got only a few Nogums here. Not that many. By the way, just NIMBY, you had 10 minutes. I could have played with you. Now you want something? You're such a dork. All right, so that's the page. It will make you click through something, but you can follow along on your own if you'd like. So we are at Henderson, which is HND. So our Nogums here. So we have a bunch of ODP Nogums. So that is obstacle departure procedure, which for the most part that's not really our problem in dispatch. You'll talk about it when you get to airspace though, and navigation. Initial approach procedure might be useful. So let's take a look at this. So this is a flight data center Nogum. I don't remember what the numbers mean. Henderson, initial approach procedure for Henderson Executive, Las Vegas, Nevada. For this, the approach procedure VORC Amendment 1A. So that's the specific amendment that this is valid for. So this adds a note that runway 35 left helicopter visibility reduction below 1 mile is not applicable due to a temporary crane. So that's not really particularly relevant to us either. We have a standard instrument departure. That is sort of what we use. So again, flight data center Nogum, Henderson, SID executive, Henderson executive, etc. Oyoga 2 departure RNAV. So we wouldn't be using that in this class, but that's what normal people use in the real world. Our takeoff minimums for runway 17 right become 300 feet and 1 statute mile with a minimum climb of 560 feet per nautical mile to 4,900 feet. That's a very high minimum climb gradient, actually. I'm genuinely not sure. I'm actually not sure if our aircraft could meet that. I'm pretty sure CRJ couldn't. That's a very high climb gradient. But that might take out that SID for if you can't do that climb gradient. I don't know the specifics of the procedure, so there might be an alternative option for higher takeoff minimums if you have a lower climb gradient. So then we have a regular NOTAM. So this is Henderson is the NOTAM file. So this is issued in January. It's the 11th NOTAM issued in January. Henderson is also the airport, so it's both the NOTAM file and the airport. Obstruction tower light. So it is just the light on the tower that we're talking about. Then it has a reference to the specific tower. Then it has the location of the tower. Then it has the location of the tower defined in a different way. Then it has the height of the tower. And then it says that the light is unserviceable. U/S is unserviceable. And then it has the most glorious date and time system you will ever see. I still find this hard to read, and I've been reading these for 3 years. So I'm going to zoom in a little further here, and we can break this down. So there are sort of two sections to this. The first section is the date. The second section is the time. So in this date, this is year, month, day. Each of them 2 digits. So here we have 260119. So 26 is going to be the year, 2026. 01 is going to be January. 19 is going to be the 19th. So this is valid from January 19th, 2026 at 11:30 Zulu. 2, again, breaking it down into the time and the date. March 1st, 2026 at 23:59 Zulu is when this NOTAM expires. So at that point, they expect to have the light fixed. In actual terms, they are going to have the light fixed sooner than that, and they will remove the NOTAM when the light is fixed. That's just the longest they expect it to possibly take. If they think it could take longer than what is noted here, if they think it could take longer than March 1st, they will include EST at the end. There are some people that will tell you that stands for Eastern Standard Time. That is not correct. It stands for estimated. It means that the time here, it could go longer than that time. You see it especially for when an airport is closed for like snow removal or an airplane accident or something like that. They will usually note it with EST because it might go beyond what they're saying. But yeah, that's an obstruction. That's just a tower light. We don't really care about that. That's if we were a helicopter, we would care, but we're not a helicopter. We're a jet. We don't care. Chris?
Hey, since we're going over NOTAMs and weather all on the same day, a question on legal to go worksheet number 6. It involves both the NOTAM that they put on there, and then a question about on the approach plate in the TERP section. If we have time to go over that,
I will.
I can put it in the chat for you.
This is legal to go 6.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, and that is. All right, which question number? Or is it just all of them?
No, just to get to the landing minimum. So they put a NOTAM in there, which I just put into chat. And I know what it means. The ALS is unserviceable. And then that brings you to the approach plate. And then in the TERP section, it gives you a note that the missed approach requires a minimum climb of 265 feet per nautical mile to 1360 feet. And this is on the Monterey.
Yeah.
The localizer runway 10, right? I
265
guess the question is
feet
mainly,
doable.
are we assuming that on all this stuff that we're flying a CRJ 700, so it can meet that climb gradient?
That can meet that climb gradient for sure.
I mean, I don't know how much help we're supposed to be getting with these, but I don't know if we want to go over it at all any more than that. That's the main
should
question
be
I had.
plenty doable.
Just so I could get to the landing minimums, correct?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what the climb gradient is on that aircraft. It's kind of hard to find because it depends on what speed you're flying.
Right. I mean, 265 per nautical mile is that's pretty easy to achieve. So
yeah, that's pretty low. It's basically just going to be your bug smashers, your Cessnas, stuff like that aren't going to be able to achieve that. All right. So just to continue with NOTAMs, because this particular NOTAM is actually something that we would care about. So this is NOTAM file Henderson, January 14th NOTAM of January. The actual airport is also Henderson. Service, automated weather broadcast system is unserviceable. From February 3rd, 2026 at 17 Zulu to February 3rd, 2026 at 23:55 Zulu. So they're going to be taking down the automated weather broadcast system. So our ability to get, I don't know to what extent Henderson has a 24/7 tower. I would guess that they don't, but I could be wrong. If they don't, we would be relying on this system for us and the crew to be able to get weather at these times, and we would not be able to go if they don't have any way to get weather at these times. And that's one that does actually come up in the real world. It's usually not actually NOTAMed. It usually just breaks and you have to deal with it. But it definitely does come up that the automated weather after the tower closes has broken and you can't go. So then we have a taxiway situation, which we don't care about, and another obstruction, which we don't care about. And then there's a couple of letters to airmen, which we also don't care about. So this is where it gets into, I'm going to switch over to Vegas just to make this point a little more clearly. So when we look at NOTAMs, there is a lot of spam here. Like if I scroll down here, if you actually went through and read every single one of these NOTAMs, it would take you a long time to dispatch any flight. So one of the skills that you have to learn in this industry is how to scan for what NOTAMs actually matter. So, for example, if we are not departing if we're arriving, I don't care about any of these obstacle departure procedures. I don't care about any of these SIDs because that's a departure procedure. I do care about instrument approach procedures. That's important. If I'm departing, I don't care about those. So in those cases, it can vary. Nav VOR beyond 40 nautical miles unusable. Okay, well, we're not going to be using the Vegas VOR beyond 40 nautical miles anyway at the terminal. And then specific radials that are not usable. Again, if we're dispatching in class where we can't do our nav, that might actually affect our airways. I don't know off the top of my head, but in the real world, we do our nav, and all of our aircraft are RNAV capable. And if they aren't RNAV capable, you'd know about it. So in the real world, I don't care about any of these because our aircraft are RNAV capable and they have GPS, and I don't care about the VOR being unserviceable. This VOR could be completely out and I wouldn't care about it. TACAN DME. So the TACAN is part of the VORTAC. That's what provides our distance measuring equipment. Again, we don't really care too much about that. Instrument approach procedure, same thing I said before. Aerodrome Airport CLSD closed. Okay, I would read that, except I know this is Vegas and it's just saying it's closed to non-scheduled transient GA aircraft, which is not us. We will never fall into that. So that doesn't really matter. Obstruction, don't care. Obstruction, don't care. Obstruction, don't care. Obstruction, don't care. Continue, continue. Airspace, maybe. Unmanned aerial systems, okay, I don't care. Obstruction, I don't care. Instrument approach procedure, I might care if I'm arriving. Otherwise, I don't care. Obstruction, I don't care. Obstruction, I don't care. Aerodrome, airport, okay, I might care about that. Runway status light system, unserviceable. That's more of a pilot thing. I might include a remark about that on a release just to make sure that they know about it, because they're scanning this thing just like us and they can miss stuff. But that's not really super important. Obstruction, I don't care. Okay, I'm done. I didn't read any of those crane NOTAMs. I don't know what they are. I don't care what they are. They're not important. For another example, let's look at Orlando, because I happen to know that Orlando includes a lot of annoying NOTAMs right now. Taxiway, I don't care. Taxiway, I don't care. Obstruction, I don't care. Runway blast pad marking, not standard. Okay, whatever. Instrument approach procedure, okay. If it's in this particular one is actually a really annoying one because it just takes the entire procedure out. And again, we have the estimated here, so this might go on longer than what they are saying. So that we might care about, except for the fact that there are 4 runways at Orlando and all of them have ILS approaches. So again, not really a huge factor. And conveniently, there's also another NOTAM for it that says that the localizer, glide path, and DME are all unserviceable for that approach. So that approach is already taken out by the other NOTAM, so we don't need the duplicate. Taxiway, don't care. Apron, don't care. Runway closed. Okay, I care about that. That's important. I need to know that. So this is 17 left, 35 right. That's one of their primary landing runways. So if we're landing, we might be landing on a runway that isn't normal. Okay, cool. But they still have 3 other runways. So as long as those aren't closed, I don't really care. Taxiway, don't care. Taxiway, don't care. Taxiway, don't care. Nav, ILS, PAPI, ALS, that's all for the same runway that's closed. So I don't care about it because the runway's closed. Star, so that's our arrival. Again, if we're arriving, I might care. But in this case, it's actually really more of a pilot note about how to fly it. So not super important. Taxiway, don't care. Taxiway, don't care. Nav ILS runway 18 right, unserviceable. Okay, I might care about that. Obstruction, don't care. Service, microburst wind shear detection system not available. And this goes till, this is just for like a couple hours in February. We're not going to have thunderstorms to the degree that they're going to create microbursts in February, most likely. So I don't really care about that. Nav ILS is unserviceable for a different day. Okay, cool. Service the surface movement radar. Okay, that's an ATC problem. I don't care. Runway status light system unserviceable. I don't care. I don't even know what type of radar this is. This is some sort of radar, I think. I don't care. I don't even know what it is, and I don't care. Nav ILS runway 35 left. The glide path is unserviceable. Okay, if we're arriving in these times, I might care about that. For like 7 hours on a certain day. Runway 18 has the ILS unserviceable for another day. So that's like 3 days that it's unserviceable for a few hours. Most countries, so this is why we have so many NOTAMs in the US, whereas if you look at other countries, they have like 5 NOTAMs for an airport at most. Because most countries would NOTAM that as one NOTAM, and then they would just say it's between these times for these days. But the US has to be special, so we make them 3 different NOTAMs just so that it's harder to read. So taxiway, runway centerline markings, taxiway. Okay. The runway centerline markings, if we happen to be in a visibility situation where we have to care about takeoff minimums, that actually might come into play, but otherwise it won't. So, and actually in this particular case, we happen to have runway centerline lighting and all of the other stuff that we need to make that irrelevant. So basically, there's like 2 NOTAMs in this whole list that I actually might care about. One is a runway closure, and one is a ILS closure that is actually active today. The others are not active today. There's a bunch of ILS closures and all of that, but they're not active today, so they're not particularly relevant. Take them.
Is there a way to like filter them by ones that are only applicable that day? Or okay. Or like,
yes. So you can actually filter it in here, but I don't. And the reason why I don't is it's you can sometimes miss stuff. You can mess up the filters. B, you have to reset it every time you look at a different airport in here. It doesn't save. So it becomes useless very quickly. And C, especially for when I'm teaching, there's no use to that because you're not going to be using the live NOTAMs. You're going to be provided with a sheet of NOTAMs, and you're going to be reading through that for each flight plan. So learning how to scan for which things you care about, which are like approach procedures if you're arriving, SIDS if you're departing, STARS if you're arriving, runways, navigation equipment, and the airport itself, and occasionally the services that the airport provides. Stuff like taxiways, obstructions, aprons, we don't care about. Oh, and the other one we care about is FICON. So if we see FICON, it's called the field condition NOTAM. I bet you Knoxville has one right now. Yeah. So this is what we call a FICON, field condition. So this one is saying 555. That's measured from 0 to 6. So 5 is wet, but nothing worse than wet. There are 3 states that a runway can exist in: dry, wet, and contaminated. So this is wet, but not contaminated. There are some MELs, which I will talk about in a second. MELs can limit your ability to go to a contaminated runway, but they will not generally limit your ability to go to a wet runway. So it's important to know that difference. So this is 100% wet, de-iced liquid, 100-foot width observed at on the 31st at 0039. And FICONs are valid for a full day for whatever reason, because, you know, obviously the field condition is definitely not going to change in 24 hours, right? They typically get updated much more frequently than that. And if they don't, you typically get pilots whining at you, "Hey, can you ask the ground crew to update the FICON?" But yeah, 555 is pretty good. That we could easily land in that. That's no problem. They're keeping that runway nice and clear. Especially at Knoxville. Knoxville has nice long runways. So, like, for example, at New Haven, for us, is a 5,600-foot runway for a 737, which is pretty challenging. We start to get limited down at FICON 3 on that particular runway. Whereas when we go to Rochester, we can go all the way down to FICON 1 and be fine most of the time. Because the runway is so long that it's perfectly fine. Not that I've ever seen FICON 1. FICON 0 is the runway is closed because there's 0 braking action. So you'll talk more about FICONs later. I just wanted to introduce them because they are important to know about, and especially the difference between a wet and a contaminated runway is important. It won't be on this week's quiz. It might be on next week's quiz. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure there is some question about a contaminated runway on there. So the last thing I want to talk about is what have you guys heard about the MEL? What do you know about the MEL? Silar?
As a minimum equipment list is the equipment that can be in-knob on the aircraft and still can operate.
Yeah. All right. So this is our CRJ 700 MEL and CDL manual. What's the difference between a MEL between MEL and CDL? Brett.
The CDL isn't a configuration deviation list, which is non-structural items.
Yeah, actually, in a lot of cases, it is structural items.
Okay.
That's actually the way that I personally prefer to think of it, is that MELs are systems and CDLs are parts of the aircraft. You also hear it described as MELs are inside, CDLs are outside. That's not strictly true either. Really, there's not necessarily any perfect definition of it, but typically the MEL is going to be some system or some system that is broken, and the CDL is going to be some physical thing that is broken. So, for example, like a part of the landing gear being busted, like a fairing or something like that, would be a CDL item. A door on the outside of the aircraft not latching correctly would be a CDL item. The winglets being detached from the aircraft would be a CDL item if the CDL includes that, which I don't know if the CRJs does. Whereas you could also get circumstances where they are both. For example, if the VHF radio does not work, that is an MEL. If the VHF antenna is not installed on the aircraft, that is a CDL. But it also is the MEL for the radio being inoperative because you don't have the antenna. So you can get situations where you actually have both. The line is a little bit blurry in that way. So there's not really any definition that's actually perfect in defining them, but you get used to it. So we have a number of different chapters for our MEL. It is worth knowing that these chapters are, so there's going to be gaps in between them. So like chapter 36, pneumatics, skips straight to chapter 38, water and waste, because these chapters are defined across all aircraft. So every aircraft you go to is going to have chapter 35 in the MEL book be oxygen. Every aircraft you work on, chapter 25 is going to be equipment and furnishings. Every aircraft you work on, chapter 21 is going to be air conditioning. So they're all consistent in that way. The exact numbers on the MELs differ, though. So they're not perfectly standardized, but they're a little standardized. There is also one other type, well, there's two other types of deferrals that we don't really care about in dispatch. So they're not really covered in this class, but I just want to touch on them real quick. One is called the NEF list, non-essential furnishings, stuff like coffee makers, stuff that is like tray tables, as long as the tray table isn't obstructing anything. If the tray table is just stuck up and can't come down, that's an NEF. If the tray table is stuck down, that's an MEL because it blocks the seat. So NEF is things that are broken on the aircraft that we that don't cause any problems whatsoever and can stay broken for however long the operator deems that they can stay broken for. In practice, they tend to get fixed fairly quickly, but they're not as important. The other type of deferral is basically a maintenance deferral, and it's not an MEL. This is for stuff like dents on the aircraft, missing paint chips, missing rivets or screws that aren't essential. So those things can be deferred without an MEL or a CDL as necessary. There's also what's called the engineering authorization that allows things that normally wouldn't be deferrable to be deferrable because they did an engineering study and proved that it can be done. So those are ones that we don't really touch in dispatch. Those are more maintenance problems, but it's just worth knowing that those exist because you might experience them or be asked about them at some point. But they aren't our problem. Our problem is the MEL and CDL. So if we go look through this, there's a whole bunch of stuff. So there's explanations of the format here at the start, bits about how to placard stuff, what a placard looks like. This one doesn't include it, but our MEL book at Velo also includes a list of definitions of various terms that might get used in here. So for stuff like a calendar day is defined there. Stuff like what is day and night is defined there for MELs that limit you to daytime operations or no nighttime operations, stuff like that. So that can also be sometimes defined in the MEL book. So how to read this? So we have the MEL number here, 2122-1 alpha. Then we have the item name, recirculation fans applicable to CRJ 700. Then we have the MEL category. So there are 4 different MEL categories. I showed 5 fingers for some reason. 4 different MEL categories. Category A is for the time frame. It can be deferred for the time frame that is specified in the MEL. So category A could be 1 day. It could be 10 days, but in a specific context. It could be 18 days. You know, that could be whatever the MEL describes that it is. Category B is 3 days. Category C, I'm going to make a fool out of myself, so I'm not going to say what day it is. It's either 7 or 10 days. I'm going to look it up in a second. And then category D jumps all the way up to, I think, 120 days. Let me just go look this up. Yeah, C is 10 days and D is 120 days. So this one here is category C. So this can be deferred for up to 10 days. Then we have the number of this item that are installed on the aircraft and the number that are required to be functional under this particular MEL. There may be other MELs. So in certain circumstances, you might have one MEL that requires 1 to be functional when there are 2 installed, and another MEL that can have both of them inoperative, but with more restrictions. So then we have our remarks or our exceptions. So this is basically under what circumstances can this be MEL'd? And that's what we call it. When we defer something under the MEL, we call it being MEL'd or CDL'd if it's on the CDL. So our remarks or exception here may be inoperative provided the affected fan is deactivated. And then we have a maintenance procedure for how to deactivate the fan. We have directions on how to placard it. That's not really important for us. And then operations procedure, we also need to pay attention to this as dispatch. There is none required for this particular MEL. There is a note that this is a flight crew deferrable item. So the crew can defer this on their own as long as maintenance control is telling them how to deactivate the fan. And that's pretty common for a lot of minor items that the crew is allowed to defer it themselves. The more complicated ones require a maintenance technician to do, though. So then we also have another MEL for recirculation fans. This one is applicable to the CRJ 900. So that's not what we're using on this aircraft, but it's interesting to note here that there are more restrictions on it when it happens on the 900. So again, we have forward galley exhaust fan, just has to be deactivated and it's fine. Aft exhaust fan, not a big deal. So display cooling fans, those can be annoying, but are generally fine. So this is an important note here. When we have this particular one, it requires something else to be working. In this case, one air conditioning pack, which that's like saying ATM machine, because PAC stands for pressurization and air conditioning kit, so it already says air conditioning, so you're saying it twice. But anyway, this may be inoperative provided one air conditioning pack is operative. So if we are unpressurized, we can't MEL this. This has to be functional. So again, there's a lot of ones with that, but there are certain circumstances where it's more common. The most common one, and one that you'll probably see on at least one actual flight plan, is MELing a engine generator and the APU. Those are conflicting MELs. You can't do that because we require two sources of electrical power at all times. So if one engine generator is inoperative, the APU must run continuously. So then if the APU is inoperative, you can't run the APU continuously, and those MELs then conflict. I have actually seen that be attempted in real life. It did result in a lot of safety reports. The airplane did not take off, thankfully. So that's a fun note. Takeoffs and landings must not be conducted on runways that may lead to imminent ditching. I got no idea why that's true. That's weird. So here, this is an interesting one. Emergency depress switch guard is such a minor little thing. That's like a little plastic switch guard, but you can't do it with a pack out, and you have to stay below 15,000 feet. So that is really restrictive for just missing a little piece of plastic there, but that's how it goes sometimes. What I'm looking for is outflow valve. You have to be unpressurized. I'm trying to find the pack MEL. Here we go. Air conditioning packs applicable to CRJ 700. You will almost certainly get a flight plan at some point in class with this MEL on it. 2151 1 Alpha. Or 1 Bravo. Or wait, is it? No, it's 1 Charlie is the other one. So there's one for the right-hand pack, and there's one for the left-hand pack. So there's one for each. And then there's another one for both of them out. So it may be the right-hand pack may be inoperative provided that the right-hand pack is selected off. Operations are conducted at or below flight level 310, and the ram air shutoff valve is either verified operative or deactivated open, and operations are conducted in accordance with the AFM supplement for operations with airplane systems inoperative. Which specifically consists of performance adjustments, which will be made by dispatch, which is mentioned down here. Item 4 consists of performance adjustments, which will be made by dispatch, which specifically, I believe, involves takeoff performance and landing performance. So the important bit about this is that our air conditioning pack has an altitude restriction. But otherwise, there's no other restriction associated with this, really. No serious restriction. And same deal with the left-hand pack. And then both inoperative restricts us to 10,000 feet or below and no extended open water operations, which we're not doing in this class anyway. So it gets a little bit challenging, but if I were to try and find a specific MEL, I'm curious if Control F works. Yeah. So Control F works in this document. So if you get to doing flight plans and they include a specific MEL number, you can Control F in this document and go dig it up real quick, as opposed to having to scroll through the whole thing, which gets pretty tedious because it is hundreds of pages long, and Google can't even preview it at a certain point. So that's our brief introduction to MELs. I believe that MELs will be covered in more depth at a later date. But does anybody have? Yeah, they will be discussed more at a later date. Does anybody have any questions about MELs? Alrighty, so I assume if I just pull up a random MEL that y'all will be able to read it. I'll try and keep it relatively chill. So if our cockpit dome light is so actually, better question. How many cockpit dome lights do we have installed and how many can be deferred under MEL 3313-1. Suar.
Installed R3 required 0.
Yeah, so we can defer all 3 of those. Now, the flight crew might have some opinions if you defer all the lights in their cockpit, but they do have some other lights, so they're not completely without lighting. Take on.
Since it's category C, can you only defer it for 10 days or is that?
That's correct. Yeah, you can
Okay.
only defer that for 10 days. You can defer any of the cockpit lighting systems under 3311(1)B as long as you're not operating the aircraft at night. So that's another bit, is that if you have all the cockpit dome lights and a whole bunch of other lights inoperative, you can defer those and that's fine, as long as you're not flying at night. Or you can defer them under 1A, provided that the remaining lights are sufficient to clearly illuminate all required instruments, controls, and other devices for which one is provided. That's weird. Caitlin.
I apologize. I know you went through it earlier, but for the categories, can you, I need to write it down for the days that they're deferred. Can you go over that again?
Yeah. So I'll type it in the chat.
Thank you.
Oops. So category A is deferrable for the amount of time specified in the MEL. It's variable. I've seen 1 day. I've seen 10 flight days, which is different to 10 days because that's 10 days that the aircraft is actually flying. So then it doesn't count that the aircraft isn't flying. I've also seen ones where it's deferrable for 1 flight. That's for stuff like the emergency medical kit or the defibrillator or stuff like that. We can defer that for 1 flight and then we have to replace it. So we can, if that goes out at an outstation, we can fly back to a maintenance base and get it replaced. But otherwise, we have to have it. So that's Cat A. Cat B is 3 days. So that's going to be your fairly critical stuff like autopilot systems tend to be in there. But the most common category is Cat C, which is 10 days. And then the stuff that we don't really care about falls into Cat D, which is 120 days. So there's a pretty big jump there, which is probably why most stuff is in Cat C. But yeah. So those are our 4 categories. Categories A and B are the rarest. C and D are the most common. Because most of the stuff that can be deferred, it doesn't really matter too much how long it's deferred for. There's only a few things where it really matters that you can't defer it for a long period.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. So for MEL 3443 1D here, what are our stipulations for operating under this MEL? How do we have to operate in order to operate with this MEL? So this is specifically the TCAS resolution advisory display systems. Arian.
Does it require install to require to?
Yeah. So what are our yeah. So we can operate with neither of those functional under this MEL.
Correct.
But how do we have to operate in order to follow the MEL? What do we have to do? Siwar?
Is it the 3 nodes listed under remarks or exceptions, the one that says traffic alert, visual display, and video functions must be operative?
Yeah. And that the TA only mode is selected by the crew, and that en route or approach procedures do not require the use of the RA system.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are our stipulations, and then our operations procedure is that the flight crew will verify that that's being followed. So, and this is also CAT-C. If I recall correctly, yeah, so this is, so what, I don't know if that's a very useful question. So by comparison, so if we just have the resolution advisory displays that are not operative, like the ability for the system to display the resolution advisory, then we just have to basically disable it. And we have to make sure that none of our procedures require its use. But if the whole TCAS system is deactivated, we can still operate, but now there are more restrictions. So that's under 3443(1)A here. So that's the whole system. And that's category B. So that's the first difference, is the RA stuff can be deactivated for 10 days. The whole TCAS system can only be deferred for 3 days. Again, en route or approach procedures must not require its use. But an important note is the flight crew has to advise ATC that the TCAS is inoperative. Even if there are no procedures that require the use of TCAS, which in the US there aren't, well, unless there is company restrictions, which there might be at certain airports. Like, for example, I know Southwest forbids flying into Burbank without TCAS. But legally, there's no restriction. Some countries do forbid flying into what's called RVSM, so the airspace above flight level 290, without TCAS. So in this case, if you were flying in one of those countries, you would be restricted. in terms of altitude. But in the US, that's not a restriction. You can fly in that airspace without TCAS in the US. But yeah, our biggest difference is that it's category B. So we have 4 less days to fix this. In practical terms, I've never seen it take more than 1 day to fix TCAS. So here is, by the way, I didn't actually realize that this existed. This is also true for the 737, is that our non-essential furnishings, our NEF list, is actually defined as an MEL item. I guess that's also true on the CRJ. That's a fun note. So for crew life vests, we have 5 installed. We have 4 required on the CRJ 700. Because 2 flight attendants in the back, 2 flight attendants in the 2 pilots in the front, so that's 4 crew. If we have 2 life vests, 2 crew life vests inoperative, can we go? I'm seeing a bunch of thumbs down. Who wants to say the reasoning? Suar?
So installed are 5 and required is 4. If we have 2 missing, then we need 1 more to
Yep.
be legal.
And probably if that actually ever happened, someone would be like, why can't we just use one of the many adult life vests that are installed on the aircraft that are not required? Well, because there are ones that are specific for the crew. That's how it works. There are rules. They might be dumb rules, but we follow them anyway. So, similar situation, we also have to have 1 life vest for every passenger. We also have to ensure that there are enough life vests for any infants on board. So we carry a certain amount of infant life vests. I don't know what that is, what SkyWest would carry. I actually don't even know what we carry at Velo, but I know we did have actually one instance where we did have to deny boarding to someone who had an infant because we did not carry sufficient infant life vests for all of the infants that were on board. That was a whole thing. That was fun. So here's another instance. Here's an instance of a category A item, which is great to see that it says repairs are made within 90 days. So that's one example, but that's how it would say that. So it will say repairs are made within X days, and that's what category A is. And we have hit the end of class there, so I will stop there for today. If anybody has any additional questions, I will stay for at least 15 minutes or until the last person has left. but that is all I have during regular scheduled hours. Y'all have a great night. I'm curious, could you guys hear the cat screaming in the background? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Mine just comes up and harasses me.
She's very loud. She's very funny.
Thanks, Andy.
Good night. Sewer.
Hey, I have a question. You mentioned something about there's 2 standard labs, right? But I only know one, which is temperature degrees, 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. Is there a second one?
There's actually like 20. So that particular lapse rate is that's the standard lapse rate. So I wouldn't worry about knowing the other ones because you don't really need to know them. What I was I was just pointing out that there are there's a lapse rate for the dew point and there's a lapse point for dry air. And if you use those two, you can converge at the level where clouds usually should be. But what we normally use is neither of those. It's a different lapse rate, and that's perfectly fine. And that's the 2 degrees per 1,000 feet is what you should memorize. Don't bother memorizing the others. They're not useful.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. That's okay. I look a little bit like Ryan. You too. Arian?
Hi, Andrew. First and foremost, thank you so much for the class today. I wanted to check with you, like you mentioned earlier on the class, that you use a different model for your weather briefing, and you're not sure whether you can share with us, or I'm not sure how you do it, because obviously you're expert in this. And I wanted to know, when we do our weather briefing, how do we go on step-by-step process? Like, what should we follow one after another?
Well, first of all, it's not a model that I use. It's literally just the program that we use to track flights. Also shows weather, so that's where I do my weather briefing when I'm at work. Is I just look at the area that my flights are going to be in and what the weather is in that area, and that's how I brief it at work because that's just faster. But I mean, weather briefs are very personal. Everybody does them differently, and I wouldn't really say that one way is better than any other way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really what works for you, what weather you find important, because you're going to be reviewing the weather for each flight anyway. The purpose of the weather brief is to make sure that you're catching anything that you might miss when you're briefing for each individual flight. And so that you can catch like general patterns of like, there are low ceilings moving in this area. I'm dispatching to an airport that's on the edge of it. It doesn't say anything in the TAF, but I know that there's stuff moving in. So I might want to look a little closer at that. And that's really the point of the weather briefing, is just to help you catch those sorts of things that the forecast that you're looking at, the TAF, is maybe not going to show.
Now, when we do our weather brief, for example, in a particular flight, what I mean by that, we use ForeFlight, and there are like weather brief, and they goes by, for example, weather discussion, then followed by prop charts and like other charts that's come along, wind aloft and all of that stuff. So there's a quite long-winded. And when we present ourselves and do the weather briefing at the time of exam, is it like the whole thing we have to brief, or you just pick up specific stuff from each items and then you just go over it? Because it could be long-winded, it could take some times.
Yeah, I actually don't remember that I had to do a weather brief.
Right. Okay.
The practical. Yeah, I think it was basically just the practical for me, at least, was just I was presented with a flight plan and what the weather for that flight plan was.
Right.
And I was expected to familiarize myself with that weather, but I didn't really need to know anything about the weather outside of that. And that was actually fairly deliberate, because I don't think that the weather was, it wasn't like saved from any real scenario. So some of it might not have actually added up to anything that really would have happened.
Got it. Okay. Well, understood. And I guess what I heard from Jaden, and they're gonna ask what weather brief next week. When's coming? I think on the Monday or Tuesday they're going to ask us. So I just was checking that specific thing.
Yeah, it does actually say that we are meant to ask for a student weather briefing.
Right.
Starting on Monday next week.
Right.
I think that gets, yeah, it's a little tough, because I don't know, that one I think that really the purpose of having you guys do it and having us do it at the start is just so that we're continually looking at weather and learning, what's this thing, what's that thing, because the more you look at it, the more you see, the more you learn. I don't really think the purpose is to nail down like a specific method of weather briefing.
Okay.
I think that, because like even for me personally, the way that I've done weather briefs has evolved massively, and it differs even between summer and winter. I look at different things in the summer than I do in the winter. In the winter, I'm looking at like visibility and ceilings a lot. In the summer, I'm looking at echo tops and how high the cloud tops are going to be and where the storms are going to be. I'm concerned more about thunderstorms than I am about visibility. Whereas in winter, visibility is much more of a problem because we have a lot more fog.
Right. And when you do, is there any quick way that you figured out how high the clouds are?
So you have weather products that will radar products called echo tops that will show you. They're not actually the heights of the clouds; they're the heights of the precipitation.
Yeah.
So it's a little misleading, but it's close enough. It's useful enough to be like, as long as you're a few thousand feet above that, you should be fine.
Right. Okay. Got it. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate
No problem.
it. All right. You have a good night.
All right. You too.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.